waiting for some more people to come in. So just give it a bit. Let's see who comes in. Welcome. Hello. No. Hello, yours. How you guys doing tonight? No, not me.
In gas.
Here, Tammy wants to know if Betty is here, and if she needs to tell her something.
If you're struggling,
Here, Sammy wants to know who can you be stronger than?
does.
Radio six. Like pretty good.
That's kind sleepy.
Here.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Your life.
I've heard the name a couple times. Stop. No. Okay.
I did. Much deeper. Oh, wow. Three.
I think they're going. I know you heard that. I said every time one crosses, it thunders hard.
Have you ever? Great. Listeners, out. Okay.
What do you want? What should I?
This is hold on.
Believe it. What do you have?
Change that. Like, here. Here's the instructor.
See that? It's still this big.
You're working on three. Suddenly. Apartment. Wall Street. Far from Berkeley. What's job? Portrait. You can't be nasty. Makes it. Lovely. Architecture. After to it. That's it. What?
Congressman.
We did.
Go to the
It's 4 hours. You're listening. And clearly been there a while. You're listening. Following day. About 2 years ago, I was driving home from a family reunion pretty late at night, and the drive was about 2 hours. I didn't stay the night because I back for work the following day. Most of the drive was on roads with dense bushes and trees on either side, the real creepy ones you see a lot in movies. Anyway, I had been driving about 45 minutes, and I was starting to get really tired. Clearly been there a while. You know how sometimes you just suddenly become really tired, out of nowhere? Well yeah, that happened to me. I knew I wasn't
So die zit in so. I'm not scary.
A few years ago I was walking through the woods off the beaten track a bit and I smelled this really overpowering sweet smell. Being nosy I pulled back the undergrowth to have a look and found a dead body. The guy had clearly been there a while and wasn't looking great, all swollen, and green and black with various runny bits. The local wildlife had also been dining well for a few days. I called the police who told me to wait with the body until they arrived. Being in the middle of nowhere it took a while for them to arrive and it got dark and I was just sat there in the dark with him for a long time. It turned out he had committed suicide. For a long time afterwards I had dreams about him and he would talk to me and not nice things. Mainly about how he was angry I had disturbed his resting place and he wanted me to kill myself. Probably just my imagination but all pretty disturbing at the time. He still turns up in my dreams from time to time and no doubt will be tonight after typing this.
Okay. Okay.
I've always been a bit of a prankster and loved to play harmless tricks on people. It didn't matter if they were family, friends, teachers, or strangers. I'm not a bad person and my wife even calls me a sweetheart, but I wasn't so sweet in my early teens. I'm also more sensitive to the spirit realm than most and thought I was safe from dark entities, but that changed forever when I explored an abandoned house. You never know what's inside until you go inside. Updated February 9, 2020, I grew up in an industrial area which was hit badly by the economic status at the time. There were many abandoned buildings and houses so kids had a lot of opportunities to explore. My gang were a harmless bunch of boys and we came across a particularly creepy house with all windows smashed in and the front door missing. We were so freaked out about the house that we ended up drawing straws over who should go in first. I was the oldest at 13 years of age and I wanted to prove how tough I was. I pushed them all aside and marched through the entrance, followed by my best friend Mark, who was 12. Right away I felt like something was wrong. Call it sixth sense or whatever, but I felt like I had stepped into a tomb. It was noticeably chillier than outside and I definitely sensed someone or something watching us. I was so nervous but I didn't want to show it. I decided to show off by freaking Mark out, making ghostly noises and teasing him. I turned around and saw Mark's terrified face. That set me off into a new attack. I know it sounds like I was a bit of a bastard, but I was egged on by my own fear. You know what boys are like, right? Thinking back now, I think Mark was the one who had more guts. I stopped and whispered like I was terrified. Did you hear that? There's a ghost here who wants to eat this. Run, Mark. I laughed when he screamed on the top of his lungs and scrambled to get out of there. He was gone. I felt strangely dizzy. Standing in one of the main rooms which was filled with broken furniture and rubble, I heard a low chuckle right next to my left ear. I spun around and fell over an empty bucket. The chuckle was louder now and I tried to get up, but I kept falling over. I can't explain why I was so clumsy. Maybe it was panic and fear. When I finally got to a standing position again, I had to reach out and steady myself by holding onto a chair. I freaked even more when the room suddenly grew dark and the air became even colder. Slowly and surely I became a believer in haunted stories. I opened my mouth to call out to my friends but my voice came out hoarse. I was also worried about the fact that I couldn't hear them playing outside and wondered if they deserted me. I jumped when I thought I saw a shadow flying through the doorway. I hate to admit it, but I started crying like a baby. It's funny how, when you're in a panic, you don't think straight about how to do the most basic of things, like walking carefully or keeping your wits about you. I tried house, but I kept tripping over debris and crashing into upturned tables and chairs. I heard more laughter and I wondered if I imagined the icy hands on my back. It seemed like it took forever to get out of that house. I felt like the house was sucking me back in like water down a drain. One more laugh rushed at my right ear, like AJ, as I ran through the front doorway and into the street. My friends were nowhere to be seen and I ran all the way home, crying and screaming. When I got home and told my folks about what happened, my dad laughed and told me that I'd asked for it. Mom berated me for playing near that area as she always warned me about dangerous and nasty people lurking there. Media bot. Well, for the record, they might have been nasty, but they certainly weren't people, alive, anyway. In the 1950s, at the start of the Cold War, the US military built a series of structures that would be placed out at sea and fitted with radar to provide early warning of approaching Soviet bombers. Because of their similarity to oil drilling platforms, it wasn't long before the structures became known as Texas Towers. 5 were originally planned, but in the end only 3 were built. 2 of which were placed off Nantucket and Boston, actually called Texas Tower 4 because these are military people, not mathematicians, was placed southeast of New York City, where the sea was deeper and the seabed softer. Trouble struck even before the tower was in place, with parts of the support structure ripped off as it was being towed into place. Repairs were made, but, due to the length of the legs required to reach the seabed, and an inadequate design to cope with the conditions it would experience, Texas Tower 4 soon became known by the much less exciting nickname Old Shake. Attempts were made to reinforce the tower, and in November 1960 most of the crew was evacuated and the legs were filled with sand and concrete to add strength, but it made no difference. Over the following weeks the situation deteriorated, and the motions of the tower became so violent people were often thrown to the deck. Requests by the commanding officer to evacuate the tower were repeatedly refused, as senior officers feared that nearby Russian trawlers might capture the advanced radar technology. On January 14, 1961, with winds increasing, one of the leg supports snapped. Permission was finally given to evacuate at 4 p.m., but it was too late. Weather conditions had worsened such that helicopters were grounded, and despite nearby ships' attempts to approach, Texas Tower 4 broke apart and sank, taking everyone on board down. Only one body was recovered. The rest may lie under 200 feet of water, with the remains of the tower that doomed them. In 1998, Marlborough State Psychiatric Hospital was closed, and its 411 acres of land were abandoned. Now, Marlborough was not an example of how psychiatric institutions should be run. On the contrary, it was run so badly that it inspired the state of New Jersey to change the laws governing psychiatric care. The state-run hospital was built in the 1930s, and after decades of normal operation, things went bad. It went so bad, in fact, a state senator actually went undercover using the name and social security number of a convicted felon to investigate the stories that were coming out. Apart from corruption, the senator witnessed inhumane care and treatment of mental patients, and his reports resulted in a Senate task force to look into the situation. The list of irregularities was long, but along with the treatment of the patients, there was evidence of bribery, environmental problems relating to underground oil storage tanks, and even reports of suspicious deaths. The problems weren't confined to the grounds. Either patients were constantly escaping, resulting in calls to police. The problem got so bad that, by 1985, a year after 151 patients escaped, 50 nearby residents applied for gun permits. Abuse, escaped patients, armed residents, and environmental contamination. It sounds like something out of a video game. William Jordan. 2 days ago, I was 12 years old when I went on a hunting trip with my father. We had woken up at 8 o'clock in the morning and got our stuff ready. We went to a wooded area somewhere in California and got into the spot we always went to, which was a little dirt mound with little trees around it. but when we got there I immediately felt that there was something wrong. The whole forest was silent. Normally there would be birds, bugs, and a whole lot of stuff. But all there was silence except for the leaves and twigs under our boots. We arrived at the mountain and started waiting for a good buck to back. But we could hear the familiar sound of leaves crunching. You hear that? I whispered. Yeah, my dad said. We kept hearing the leaps and then out of nowhere a horrific scream. I jumped really hard and so did my dad. After we heard the scream we decided to get out of there. We started walking, always keeping an eye out for whatever the thing was, and then I saw it. A tall man, except it wasn't a man. It was way too big, about 8 to 10 feet tall, and had paper white skin that was so tight on it that you could see every last bone, bony long fingers that had giant claws. Its face, oh man, its face was horrible. It had black beady eyes and a triangle-shaped mouth that emitted another horrible-sounding scream. Me and my dad hightailed it out of there with the creature staying right behind us. We got to the truck and looked behind us at the tree line and the thing just standing, and then it walked back into the forest never to be seen again by me or my mom. Up by that thing so easy that day, and I'm pretty lucky to be alive. William Jordan. 2 days ago, I was 12 years old when I went on a hunting trip with my father. We had woken up at 8 o'clock in the morning and got our stuff ready. We went to a wooded area somewhere in California. These incidents occurred over a period of time when I was younger, however. It was only until recently that I connected the dots. I grew up in Louisiana, right on the outskirts of New Orleans. The city itself has so much history, myths, and intrigue surrounding it, that I would be remiss to say that I didn't have other experiences involving spirits and all that, but that's a story for another time. Right after Hurricane Katrina, I was displaced by the storm and ended up staying in Florida for a little while. While there, it seemed as though every channel on the news had coverage on the horrific event. People's houses were flooded, the roads were blocked, businesses were destroyed, and to make things even worse, there were many reports of people committing some heinous crimes. Part of the news covered people trying to escape the storm and the resulting aftermath, and the other half seemed to cover the dark side of humanity, vandalism, theft, looting, violence. All of that occurred while others were simply trying to survive. To make matters worse, the prisons were destroyed and a lot of the cities, unmentionables, started roaming the area, causing more trouble for the people who were trying to survive. Some really experience involves the aftermath of a horrible storm and the possible encounter with a dangerous cryptid, but I'll never put it past humans to be the darkest, most cruel creatures in existence. The news covered up a lot of it, of course. This is where people begin to say, then how do you know what really happened if there was a cover-up? And to you, I'll say this, I was there in the Superdome. I hid from the prisoners when they broke in, and I, being one of the able-bodied people in the area, had to help deal with the people who weren't as fortunate in being able to hide. Coverage about the swamps flooding, animals escaping the zoos, as well as creatures from the vine areas, alligators, and such, made their way into the same broken streets as the ones where people simply trying to get back to their homes. The news covered this as well. It seemed as though all manners of beasts were displaced from the storm, not just us humans. But what about the things that we are told don't exist? Is it possible that the storm impacted them as well? Flash forward to a few months after the storm. I eventually moved back to Louisiana and tried to put back the pieces of my life. I lost a dear friend to looters, my house was in shambles, and the majority of my classmates were off in different cities. Thankfully, I started dating my now wife. From Florida we would take turns visiting each other every other weekend. It was a long-distance thing, but we made it work. This is relevant to the story, trust me. One week, as I was driving my sister home from the movies, we started talking about lions. She was 13 at the time, and she just got out from seeing the Narnia movie with her friends. We crossed a small bridge over a canal that led into our subdivision, and as we turned the corner, she said something along the lines of, "And Mr. Tumnus started to play a flute and..." "Wait, what's a tumnus again?" I asked. "He's this goat man thing, Kuya. Kuya is Tagalog for older brother." She saw my confused face and continued, "He's got like the legs of a goat, but he has horns and doesn't have any hair on his body, like Bill, you know, from her sentence. Did Ashley get a new dog or something?" And motioned towards our neighbor's yard. I glanced to the left and saw what looked like a grayish dog, sort of like a greyhound, sitting in their front lawn. Something about it didn't feel right. It was skinny, like a little too skinny. Its muzzle looked too flat, and its legs were longer than I thought they should be, but I was no dog expert, so I didn't think much of it at the time. "Not sure," I said, as we drove past their house, "but I'll ask her later." We drove off with it looking in the direction of my car, almost as if it were following us with its eyes, but I figured that's what animals do, and cast it off as nothing. In passing, I texted Ashley, asking her about her creepy new puppy Dash, but she had no idea what I was talking about. She said that it was probably some stray that got a whiff of her dogs. Poor thing was probably malnourished if it was as thin as you described, she said. I just wrote it off as whatever and forgot about it entirely. A few weeks later I was on the phone with my girlfriend, just talking about our respective days at school, as I walked into the kitchen to grab a Coke. Robin, my sister, was browsing her friends' MySpace pages and listening to Lil Wayne on Pandora. Soon as I walked into the kitchen I could barely hear what my girlfriend was saying, so I asked Robin if she'd lower the music, to which she begrudgingly did after muttering to herself. I grabbed my Coke, a whole bag of chips, don't judge me, and was making my way back upstairs when I heard Robin call to me. "Kuya," she squeaked, as I rounded the steps. "What's that?" "What do you mean?" "I heard something from outside." I groaned, told my girlfriend to hold on a moment, as I went back down into the kitchen to see Robin peeking out through the blinds. "Ew. That dog is back," she said, closing up the laptop and heading towards the stairs. "I'll be in my room. That thing gives me the creeps." Sure enough, there it was, sitting at the edge of our property. Trying to sound tough, I told my girlfriend I was going to go outside to scare off the dog and that I'd call her back. In reality, I wanted to see the thing up close and bring it some food if it wasn't hostile. However, if it was hostile, I didn't want her to hear me scream like a baby. I opened the sliding glass door that led towards my backyard and proceeded to walk over to where Robin saw the dog sitting. Now, to get an understanding of our backyard, it had a cement patio that connected to the grass, and, at the very end of the yard, was a canal. We had cement bases for a fence, but due to the hurricane all work stopped there. As I approached closer, its gaunt silhouette started to make me feel uncomfortable. It did that thing with its eyes that nocturnal animals do when they reflect light, you know, Dash, making it look even more unsettling. I took a deep breath, and was about to let out a "Hey boy, you hungry?" but before those words could leave my mouth, It quickly jolted up and turned its head back towards the canal. For some reason this caused me to freeze. I mean, the way it moved was off. It let out this moan, or maybe it was a growl. It sounded like the combination between a dog's howl and a goat bleating, but more melodic, if that makes sense. I saw its eyes flash that weary glow again as it spun its body around and darted down towards the canal. It was creepy, sure, but once more I wrote it off as whatever. Fast forward another week or so, and one of Ashley's dogs was found dead in her backyard. Now, I didn't see it myself, but from the way she described it, the poor thing was torn to shreds, with pieces of its fur scattered all over. The general consensus was that a bobcat or some other wildcat, but she wasn't convinced. Jacques was a mastiff, she kept repeating. There was no way some bobcat got to him like that. Now I know what you're thinking, it's probably related to the thing, right? It was outside of her house that one night, too. I mean, the thought crossed my mind, but I didn't want to bring it up around her. Later that same day, I was sitting on my roof. I would crawl out of my window from the second story and recline on the rooftop that hung over the garage, giving me a good view of my neighborhood and telling my girlfriend about all that has happened so far, how I kept hearing strange sounds at night, and about how Jacques was found dead. I was in the middle of telling her how these sounds have been increasing in occurrence these past few days, when I heard it again. It sounded louder, and much closer. Before I could ask why if she heard it as well, she asked, "What the hell was that?" confirming that she heard it too. I then proceeded to tell her my theory on how it was connected to the creepy dog. When the weekend came, and my girlfriend was in town to visit, I took her and my sister out to dinner. It was a nice meal: steak, potatoes, soda. The latter is important because none of us had any alcohol during this meal. On the drive home, we were discussing the intricacies surrounding religion and faith. Blah blah blah, when Robin screamed, "What the expletive?" pointing to the roof of a nearby neighbor's house. In my shock, I slammed on the brakes to get a better look. That's when we saw it light, really saw it. It was slender, almost to the point of absurdity, and its limbs were outstretched, joints bent in some unnatural posture. It had pale gray fur. No, it wasn't fur, it was skin. Its skin was pale gray and stretched extremely tight over its body. It was extremely unnerving to look at. I sat there, foot on the brake, tried to make sense of what it was. My sister screamed, "Go. I want to get home," and the creature froze. Wait, I thought, did it hear us? No, there's no way it heard us. The creature twitched, turning back to face us, once again hitting me with the eerie glow of its eyes, and then it skittered like the way a lizard does, body close to the surface over the other side of the roof, towards their backyard. I quickly called my neighbor soon as we got home and told him that we saw something on his roof. In an attempt to not sound crazy, I said that it looked like he had a huge possum crawling around the second story. His reply shocked me. Was it looking like a monkey? Wait, what? And no, it was. The wife and I have been seeing this monkey-looking thing hanging in the trees at night. We called animal control and they said it was probably some possum done escaped from a preserve, but I know what a possum looks like and that thing ain't no possum. I was more than a little confused, I guess. I mean, it looked like a long, skinny dog or something. We just saw it. See, alright. That's the one, Lil Man. That's the one. Don't you worry, though. It just sits there staring at nothing. I figure if it means any harm it would have done so already. I guess, I said. Well, I just wanted to let you know, it's pretty weird looking. Ha ha ha, he laughed. Well, if it come in here I'll knock it dead and mount it on my wall. And that was the end of it. Epilogue. Flash forward to a few weeks ago, early 2020. My wife, the girlfriend from the story, and I ended up moving to Florida, became parents, and were living the good life when my sister and parents came to visit us for the weekend. While the grandparents were enjoying putting our daughter to sleep, Robin suggested looking for creepy videos on YouTube. We're horror buffs, so why not, right? We came across a few horror story channels. I even introduced them to your channel, Darkness, when we came across another YouTuber. For whatever reason, I shall not disclose his name because I don't know how copyrights and intellectual properties work, but I digress. He had a numbered list of the creepiest things ever caught on camera. It went through various ghost sightings, unexplained occurrences, and even dabbled into the unexplained creature territory. The YouTuber started to talk about the ring, some creepypasta creature. As with the other items on the list, it had some photos and videos attached, all of which looked like whatever, that is, until it came across this one photo of a long, emaciated creature, sitting on all fours. Almost as an aside, Robin said, "That looks like that thing we saw on the roof. Remember that, do you?" I looked up and squinted. Yeah, kind of. Heh. I'm surprised you remembered that. No, she's right, my wife added. I remember it as well, and it did look very similar to that. We laughed it off as a strange experience and proceeded to watch the video, which more or less said, supposedly the rake lives within deep forests reports have also cited the creature in places like Louisiana. We all froze. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, as it all came crashing back. I looked up to see my wife and Robin in similar instances of awe. I said, "Now that is creepy." The video proceeded to show more convincing footage of the rake, with us video from a sewer tunnel. I know you know the video I am talking about. As I watched it, though, I started to feel uneasy. Those eyes, they pierced through me. I mean, that's exactly what I remembered staring back at me from way before. Yeah, so that's even more creepy, I started, because that's how I remember the eyes do dash. Then the creature in the video then ducked out of view, moving in the same fluid, yet jittery, motion as it did on the roof. My wife and sister froze, both visually shaken. This sparked a big discussion on cryptids and the like, ending with both my wife and sister telling me to share our story. Someone has to know something, they said. A thing I forgot to mention earlier was the smell. There was always this dry, musty, rotted smell lingering in the air whenever we remember seeing it, but I couldn't find anything that talked about how the rake smells. Guys, did we really encounter the rake back home? Is it possible that there's more than one out there? I mean, what else could it be? I know it's hard to explain, but the creature in that video, its movement was so similar, and those eyes, one doesn't forget a sight like that. Not at all. Especially once you've seen it on your neighbor's roof. William Jordan. 2 days ago. I was 12 years old when I went on a hunting trip with we had woken.
Oh. Wow.
I used to live next to a senile old woman who would knock on my door late at night crying and saying there was somebody in her roof. I'd always have to assure her that it was just possums running around and that it was fine. This went on for years until her kids finally sent her to a home and new people moved in. A week or so after this, I woke up to police cars on the street outside my house. I asked what happened and he told me he got out of bed to piss and saw legs dangling out of the ceiling in the kitchen and assumed he was spilled. The guy got away. Back inside the roof they found chairs, cans of beans, water bottles, magazines, and some blankets. Old maid had been set up there for at least 2 years, assuming her complaints coincided with him moving in. She once told me her dementia was so bad she'd sometimes have to go grocery shopping a few times a day because she'd come home and realize she forgot to buy anything. I wonder now if it was just because he was taking all her food.
Museum. Ed and Lorraine Warren had an occult museum that was open for decades. Zoning regulations, however, saw that the museum was shut down. Though, hopefully, it will reopen elsewhere because it was full of interesting things. The real Annabelle doll, pieces of a crashed airplane said to be haunted, a real vampire coffin, Ouija boards that summon demons, etc. Had passed in 2006. The future of the museum seems fairly uncertain. Of course, the Warrens' daughter and son-in-law are taking over their legacy. So who knows? Warren Occult Museum will more than likely be reopened in a new form all to enjoy. So where is the real Annabelle doll? Presumably still in her case with the other objects nearby. The Warren Occult Museum was run out of their home, so that's why it was shut down due to zoning regulations. It wasn't up to code and presumably, the neighborhood was tired of tourists taking all their parking. If a new home for the museum is found, then Annabelle will be moved there in her glass case where no one can touch her. Presumably, and hopefully, the moving crews will be very extremely careful in moving her. The internet has had one huge heart attack with believing Annabelle escaped. No need to think about what would happen if a mover accidentally breaks the glass. And the real Annabelle doll looks quite different. Annabelle is in fact a Raggedy Ann doll. Presumably, the reason they went with the scary-looking porcelain doll in the horror films based on the story is because the people who own Raggedy Ann don't want to be associated with demon-possessed dolls. They don't have anything to hide because it's just good business sense. So where is the real Annabelle doll? Presumably still in her case with the other objects nearby. The Warren Occult Museum was run out of their home, so that's why it was shut down due to zoning regulations. It wasn't up to code and presumably, the neighborhood was tired of tourists taking all their parking. If a new home for the museum is found, then Annabelle will be moved there in her glass case where no one can touch her. Presumably, and hopefully, the moving crews will be very extremely careful in moving her. The internet has had one huge heart attack. According to the Warrens, a student nurse was given the doll in 1970. They say the doll behaved strangely, and that a psychic medium told the student that the doll was inhabited by the spirit of a deceased girl named Annabelle. The student and her roommate tried to accept and nurture the spirit-possessed doll, but the doll reportedly exhibited malicious and frightening behavior. It was at this point that the Warrens say they were first contacted, moving the doll to their museum after pronouncing it demonically possessed. The doll remains in a glass box at the Warrens Occult Museum in Monroe, Connecticut 23456. Texas State University Assistant Professor of Religious Studies Joseph Laycock says most skeptics have dismissed the Warrens Museum as full of off-the-shelf Halloween junk, dolls, and toys you buy at any bookstore. Laycock calls the Annabelle legend an interesting case study in the relationship between pop culture and paranormal folklore and speculates that the demonic doll trope popularized by films such as Child's Play, Dolly Dearest, and The Conjuring likely emerged from early legends surrounding Robert the Doll as well as a Twilight Zone Season 5 Episode 6 titled Living Doll, in which the character of the mother is coincidentally named Annabelle, released 5 years prior to the Warren story. Laycock suggests that the idea of demonically possessed dolls allows modern demonologists to find supernatural evil in the most banal and domestic of places. 1. Commenting on publicity for the Warrens Occult Museum coinciding with the film release of The Conjuring, science writer Sharon A. Hill said that many of the myths and legends surrounding the Warrens have seemingly been of their own doing and that many people may have difficulty separating the Warrens from their Hollywood portrayal. Hill criticized sensational press coverage of the Warrens Occult Museum and its Annabelle doll. She said, like real-life Ed Warren, real-life Annabelle is actually far less impressive. Of the supernatural claims made about Annabelle by Ed Warren, Hill said, we have nothing but Ed's word for this, and also for the history and origins of the objects in the museum. 7. The doll was also described in Gerald Friedle's 1980 biography of Edward and Lorraine Warren, the demonologists. The real story behind Annabelle. Before she inspired a hit horror franchise, Annabelle was just another Raggedy Ann doll possessed by a dead girl. Annabelle. Warner Brothers. Tweet. Share. Post. Bookmark. Subscribe. Whether or not you believe in the Warrens' real-life paranormal cases is one thing. However, there's no denying that Ed and Lorraine's tales of the supernatural have captured the pop culture imagination. The Conjuring universe has turned the fear's exploits into a billion-dollar franchise, and with 7 movies already in the bag and more on the way, the series doesn't appear to be slowing down anytime soon. Even if the Warrens' claims of encountering spooks and demons are hoaxes, Hollywood can't get enough of them. The latest installment of the Conjuring franchise, Annabelle Comes Home, hits theaters on June 26, 2019. In the film, the titular doll returns to wreak havoc on the Warren family, played by Patrick Wilson, Vera Farmiga, and McKenna, and she's bringing some of her demon pals along for the ride. Check out the trailer below. While Annabelle Comes Home looks like an entertaining chiller, the film series wouldn't exist at all without the real Annabelle doll and her nightmare-inducing past. She has quite a history. According to the actual tale, Donna, a student nurse, received the Raggedy Ann doll as a gift from her mother in 1970. When the doll exhibited strange behavior in front of Donna and her roommate Angie, a medium revealed that it was possessed by the spirit of a 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins. Apparently, the little girl had been found dead in a field that Donna's apartment complex was built on, and her restless spirit just wanted somewhere to live. At first, Donna and Angie gave the spirit permission to reside within Annabelle. She was an innocent child after all, right? Not quite. Annabelle subsequently attacked their friend Luke, and the roommates contacted the Warrens, who discovered that the doll was actually being manipulated by a demon who desired Donna's soul. Top articles. 2 films. Read more. The Peninsula trailer dispels the myth that zombie movies are all the same. After learning the horrifying truth about the demon's intentions, the Warrens summoned a priest to perform an exorcism. That wasn't the end of the whole spooky affair, though. Afterward, when Ed and Lorraine were driving home with Annabelle in their possession, the car kept breaking down, and its brakes stopped functioning. Upon arriving home, the demonic doll started displaying supernatural signs once again. After another unsuccessful exorcism attempt, Annabelle was taken to the Warrens Occult Museum and placed in a glass case. These days, she's a tourist attraction. The film franchise is only a loose adaptation of the true Annabelle story. For a start, the movie doll is porcelain as opposed to a Raggedy Ann. Furthermore, her origin story doesn't include Donna, Angie, or Lou in the first Annabelle film. A husband gives the doll to his pregnant wife as a gift. Shortly after, their home gets invaded by a satanic cult, who pass the malevolent demon into the inanimate object. The Warrens' recollection of the events doesn't include any mention of Saul or cult. Of course, some people claim that the Warrens' Annabelle story is every bit as fabricated as the horror films that were influenced by it. In fact, some skeptics believe that the real story is similar to a 1963 episode of The Twilight Zone called Living Doll, which features a character named Annabelle. Mary LaRoche, who buys a haunted doll for her daughter. Now, I don't want to call the Warrens liars. Maybe they genuinely believe that their doll was haunted by a demon, but the doubter in me cannot overlook the glaring link to Twilight Zone. At least the director Toy Story 4, Josh Hooley, admitted that his idea for a villainous doll was borrowed from the iconic show. Another pop culture entity that's been associated with Annabelle is Don Mancini's Child's Play series. According to the Warrens, their case inspired Chucky's unholy conception. Mancini, meanwhile, has said that Chucky was created as a response to the riotous Cabbage Patch Kids phenomenon. I don't know who to believe. That said, if any doll legend can be compared to Chucky, it's Robert, who boasts some striking similarities to him. Regardless of whether or not any of these doll lores help spawn Child's Play, I'd be willing to bet the success of Annabelle's cinematic outings was a motivating factor behind the upcoming reboot. Overall, everything ever said by the Warrens will always be a source of dispute between believers and naysayers. But Annabelle still helped popularize the scary doll trope that's been commonplace in horror cinema and television for decades. For that reason alone, fans of scary movies should be thankful for the Warrens' contributions to the field of paranormal research. A doll maker named Samuel Mullins and his wife Esther grieve for the loss of their 7-year-old daughter Annabelle, nicknamed Bee, who dies when she accidentally steps in front of a car. 12 years later, the Mullins opened their home to provide shelter for Sister Charlotte and 6 girls left homeless by the closing of their orphanage. Despite having been told not to enter Bee's locked bedroom, Janice, a young orphan disabled by polio, discovers a note saying "Find me" and sneaks into the room, which has mysteriously become unlocked. She finds a key for Bee's closet and opens it, where she sees an eerie porcelain doll. This unwittingly releases a powerful demon that begins to terrorize the girls. One night, the demon, taking Bee's form, appears to Janice, saying that it wants her soul. Although she attempts to get away using a stair lift, the demon recalls the stair lift and hurls her violently down to the ground floor, leaving her severely injured and confined to a wheelchair. Janice's best friend Linda is tormented by the demon. One morning, the demon, posing as Sister Charlotte, wheels Janice into the old barn, where, in the form of Bee, it attacks and possesses her. Linda notices changes in Janice's behavior and tells Samuel that Janice snuck into Bee's room and found the doll. Janice, who can now walk, transforms into the demon and brutally kills Samuel. Linda takes Janice's doll and throws it into the well. A strange noise comes from the well and she is almost dragged into it, but Sister Charlotte saves her. Alarmed, Sister Charlotte speaks with the disfigured Esther, who is confined to her bedroom. Esther explains that after Bee's death, they prayed to whatever entity would grant their wish to see their daughter again. An unknown entity answered their prayer, and though they briefly saw Bee's spirit, the entity convinced them to transfer its essence into one of Samuel's crafted dolls. They happily agreed but soon realized they had attracted a demon looking for a human host. One night, Esther saw Bee's spirit transforming into the demon, which then gouged out her eye. Enlisting the help of priests to bless the house, they locked the doll in Bee's closet. Esther and Samuel opened their house as a shelter to repent for their actions, but Esther now regrets it since this has provided an opportunity for the demon to look for a human host. The demon murders Esther and attacks Sister Charlotte. The orphans leave the house, but Linda is trapped and hides in Bee's room as the possessed Janice tries to stab her. Sister Charlotte locks Janice and the doll inside the closet. The next day, police arrive to search the house and find only the doll, which they remove as evidence. Sister Charlotte, Linda, and the orphans are escorted away by officers, while Janice escapes through a hole in the closet wall and relocates to an orphanage in Santa Monica. Still possessed, she becomes reclusive and calls herself Annabelle. The family soon adopts Annabelle. 12 years later, a grown-up Annabelle joins a satanic cult and her boyfriend murders her adoptive parents, which catches the attention of their next-door neighbors, the Forms. In Santa Monica, California, John Form, a doctor, presents his expectant wife Mia with a rare vintage porcelain doll as a gift for their first child to be placed in a collection of dolls in their daughter's nursery. That night, the couple is disturbed by the sounds of their next-door neighbors, the Higgins, being murdered during a home invasion. While Mia calls the police, she and John are attacked by the Higgins killers. The police arrive and shoot one killer, a man, dead, while the female killer commits suicide by slitting her throat inside the nursery while holding the porcelain doll. News reports identify the assailants as the Higgins' estranged daughter, Annabelle, and her unidentified boyfriend, both members of the cult. In the days following the attack, a series of paranormal activities surround the form's residence. Afterwards, Mia gives birth to a healthy baby girl. She and John named their child Mia. The family rents an apartment in Pasadena, and, after finding the doll that John had discarded since Annabelle's previous attack in one of their boxes, another set of paranormal events plagues Mia and her daughter. The next night, Mia is haunted by a malevolent presence in her apartment. She believes it to be Annabelle's ghost after she encounters an enigmatic figure in the building's basement, who begins pursuing her before she escapes clarification needed. Mia calls back Detective Clarkman to gather information about Annabelle and the cultists and learns that the cult intends to summon supernatural beings. With the help of bookseller and fellow tenant Evelyn, Mia realizes that the cult practiced devil worship, which summoned a demon who followed the family after they moved to their apartment so as to claim a soul. Upon returning home, Mia and Leah are attacked by the demon who reveals itself while manipulating the doll. Mia and John contact their parish priest, Father Flores, who informs them that demons sometimes attach themselves to inanimate objects as an advantage to accomplish their goals and that a human soul must be offered for a purpose. Without any hopes of exorcising the demon out of the doll, Father Flores decides to take it away to seek help from the Warrens for investigation. But before he can enter the church, the demon impersonating Annabelle attacks him and grabs the priest is hospitalized on the next day, and when John checks on him, Father Flores warns the latter that after sensing its powerful presence, the demon's true intention is to claim Mia's soul. That night, while Evelyn is visiting Mia, the demon uses Father Perez's physical form to sneak into the apartment and abduct Leah for her mother's soul. To spare her daughter, Mia attempts to jump out of the window with the doll, but John arrives in time along with Evelyn to stop her. Evelyn decides to take her life in Mia's place instead as atonement for causing a car accident that resulted in the death of her daughter Ruby years ago. As the forms are reunited, the demon and the doll disappear, while Leah is safely inside her crib. 6 months later, the doll is bought from an antique shop by a mother as a gift for her daughter Debbie, one of the nursing students from the prelude of the first film. Did the owner of the doll ever contact the medium and have a seance? Yes. Although there is no medium or seance depicted in the movie, according to the Annabelle doll true story, as told by Ed and Lorraine Warren, the doll's owner, Donna, contacted a medium after noticing that 3 drops of blood had mysteriously appeared on the doll's chest and more blood was on the back of the doll's head. The medium became involved 4 to 6 weeks after the paranormal activity first began. Annabelle Toy Doll. Buy the Mezco 18-inch Annabelle toy doll and grab the attention of your guests. The medium held a seance and introduced Donna and her roommate Angie to the spirit of Annabelle, a 7-year-old girl who had played in the fields that existed where Donna and Angie's apartment complex now stood. Apparently, Annabelle's lifeless body had been discovered in the fields. Out of compassion, Donna and Angie permitted the spirit that they thought was that of Annabelle to stay with them and possess the doll. It should be noted here that the above version of the story, which is presented in the Demonologist book and is currently featured on the website of paranormal researchers Ed and Lorraine Warren, differs from the version of the story told by Ed Warren in a 1980s video tour of his occult museum. In the video, Ed states that the medium told Donna that Annabelle had died in an automobile accident outside Donna and Angie's apartment. Ed states that Annabelle was not 7. During the video, he also says that the Raggedy Ann doll was given to Donna by her mother as a Christmas present, not a birthday present as the Demonologist book states. Are these contradictions enough to raise doubt with regard to the authenticity of the Warren story? Has the real Annabelle doll inflicted physical harm on anyone? Yes, but not to the degree shown in the movie. A man named Luke was the fiancé of Donna's roommate Angie and had been staying with them since the doll had arrived. Lou wasn't fond of the doll and warned Donna that it was evil. One night, Lou awoke suddenly from a deep sleep and realized that he was unable to move. He saw the Annabelle doll at his feet and watched as it slowly glided up his leg and over his chest. Before he knew it, the doll had begun to strangle him until he blacked out. He woke up the next morning certain that his experience wasn't a dream. On a later occasion, Lou and Angie were studying maps to prepare for a trip Lou was embarking on the next day when they heard rustling noises coming from Donna's room. Lou approached the closed door and waited for the noises to stop before entering. He turned on the light and saw Annabelle laying on the floor in a corner. He walked over to the doll, but as he did, he began to sense that someone was behind him. He spun around but no one was there. In an instant, he found himself doubled over, grabbing his chest, which was now bleeding. Upon inspection, he discovered 7 claw-like scratches on his chest, 4 horizontal and 3 vertical, that were hub-like burns. The scratches healed rapidly and were fully gone in 2 days. Have there been any deaths associated with the real Annabelle doll? Paranormal researcher Ed Warren believes that the doll has been responsible for at least 1 death. During a video tour of Ed and Lorraine Warren's occult museum in Monroe, Connecticut, Ed pointed out the Raggedy Ann doll in its case. Many of the objects in this room here have had dire effects on people. People have been maimed, have been killed. People have wound up in mental institutions because of many of the things that are right in this building here. You have the voodoo dolls, you have the Raggedy Ann doll, which was responsible for the death of a young man who came in here one time, who challenged the doll to do its worst and it did. The young man had apparently come to the occult museum on a motorcycle with his girlfriend for a tour. As Ed Warren was giving the tour, the young man started to mock the doll and while doing so, he ran up and began tapping on the glass of the case that the doll is enclosed in. He challenged the doll to put scratches on him like it had supposedly done in the past to a man named Lou, who had been friends with the doll's former owner, Donna. Ed kicked the young man out of the museum. Approximately 3 hours later, the young man died when he lost control of his motorcycle and hit a tree. His girlfriend survived but remained hospitalized for over a year. Warren's occult museum tour. Was the spirit of a dead 7-year-old girl named Annabelle really linked to the doll? According to the Warrens, Donna, who owned the doll, along with her roommate Angie, contacted a medium who held a seance with the doll present. The woman had told them, the medium, that there was a spirit of a 7-year-old child in the doll by the name of Annabelle, says Ed Warren, who had been killed outside of their apartment house in an automobile accident. Well, there was such a child, but God does not allow a child's spirit to go into a doll. This was a devil, a demon, inside the doll, which was impersonating the spirit of a child, seekers of the supernatural. Unlike the movie, the doll's owner never saw what appeared to be the ghost of a different 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins, who in the film grows up to start a satanic cult. In the 2017 prequel, we learned that Annabelle Higgins is actually the fictional orphan Janice, who became possessed by the demon attached to the doll. Janice escaped, was adopted by the Higgins family, and changed her name to Annabelle after the doll, which in turn was named Annabelle after the doll maker's daughter, who died at age 7 when she was hit by a car. How did paranormal researchers Ed and Lorraine Warren end up in possession of the Annabelle doll? According to the Annabelle true story, after the demon that was attached to the doll inflicted physical harm upon Donna's roommate's fiancé Lou, it was then that Donna, the doll's owner, came to the realization that the spirit might not be all that innocent. Donna contacted an Episcopal priest named Father Hagen, who contacted a superior, Father Cook, who immediately got in touch with paranormal researchers Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens convinced Father Cook to perform an exorcism on the apartment in order to cleanse the home. He also blessed the individuals who were there. At Donna's request, the Warrens took the Raggedy Ann doll with them when they departed. It has been in their possession ever since. Are there any other cases of haunted dolls? Yes. If you've ever visited Key West, Florida, then you're probably aware of one of the more well-known haunted dolls, Robert the Doll, which was the inspiration for Chucky from the horror movie Child's Play, pictured below. As the story goes, the doll had been given to Key West painter and author Robert Eugene Otto in 1906 by a Bahamian servant who worked for the Otto family. The servant was skilled in voodoo and black magic and was reported to have been displeased with the family. Young Eugene became inseparable from his doll, which he named Robert, after himself. His parents could often overhear Eugene talking to the doll. They assumed Eugene was changing his voice to make the doll talk back, but eventually they suspected that the doll was actually speaking. Over the years, passers-by reported seeing the doll move from window to window. The family caught glimpses of Robert the doll running from room to room, and others claimed it emitted a terrifying giggle. When Eugene's parents heard loud noises from his bedroom during the night, they would enter only to hear Eugene say, "Robert did it." Child's Play Chucky and Robert the Doll. The possessed good guy's doll Chucky, left, from the horror movie Child's Play was inspired by Robert the Doll, right? However, Robert was far less diabolical than Chucky and never killed anybody. I had the privilege of seeing Robert the Doll, above, right, in person during a 2011 trip to Key West. He is housed in a glass case in the Fort East Martello Museum. Hundreds of pen-written letters adorn the wall next to Robert, and before taking a picture, you are instructed to ask Robert for permission. Learn more about the doll via this short Robert the Doll documentary. The Annabelle doll escaped from the Warrens Occult Museum in Connecticut. On August 14, 2020, a rumor started to circulate on social media that the so-called Annabelle doll, the supposedly supernatural toy that inspired horror films such as The Conjuring, had escaped from an occult museum in Connecticut. The terms Annabelle and Warren Museum both started to trend on Twitter as social media users posted messages about the demonic doll that reportedly was on the loose. These fears, however, were for naught, as the Annabelle doll did not actually escape from the Warren Museum. It is, after all, an inanimate object. For those unfamiliar, the Warrens Occult Museum was a real place and housed some of the artifacts collected by paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. The duo are perhaps most famous for investigating a haunted house in New York in 1975. That investigation inspired the book The Amityville Horror and several films of the same name. The pair also investigated reports about Raggedy Ann doll that was supposedly possessed by a young girl named Annabelle Pickens. This doll, which was later put on display at the museum, also inspired a number of horror movies. Here's an image from the New England Society for Psychic Research Facebook page that supposedly shows the real Annabelle doll. But the Warrens Occult Museum is no longer in operation. Both Ed and Lorraine Warren have passed away, and according to Atlas Obscura, the museum was closed in 2018. The Monroe Sun reported that the Warren son-in-law, Tony Sparrow, was looking for a new home for the museum. It was reportedly closed due to zoning issues, but the paranormal property has yet to reopen. The status of the museum is a bit of a moot point, however, as this rumor did not start with any sort of police reports, ghoulish videos, spiritual sightings, or a frantic call from Sparrow to be on the lookout for a demonic doll. This rumor appears to have originated with a mistranslation. The rumor started circulating shortly after The Hollywood Reporter published an interview with Annabelle Wallis, the actress who played Mia in the Annabelle movie. Wallis talked about her new film, The Silencing, as well as what it was like to work with Tom Cruise in The Mummy. Wallis also talked about running in her interview, and The Hollywood Reporter included a video of some of the escape scenes from The Mummy. As this news circulated on Chinese-language social media sites, the news about Wallis running appears to have been misconstrued as Annabelle, the doll, escaping. Did the real Annabelle doll escape? Everything she could be doing. The idea of your toys getting up and moving around was charming as a kid. For those interested in such stories, there are dozens of tales of dolls that have been possessed by spirits and the terrifying actions that happen from it. The most famous of these, of course, is Annabelle. While she is purposefully terrifying in the film series based on the story surrounding her, the real Annabelle doll is a Raggedy Ann doll. Now there was a rumor going around that this ultra-possessed doll had escaped from her home in the Warrens Occult Museum, and Lorraine Warren took possession of the dollar, but that's not the case. So who is Annabelle? Why should we be terrified of the real-life haunted doll? Why did we think that she had escaped the museum to wreak havoc across the east coast of the U.S.? Here are the answers to those questions. A brief history of the real Annabelle doll. In 1970, a student nurse was given Annabelle by her mother as a present. Shortly after receiving the doll, odd occurrences began to happen around the apartment where she lived with her roommate. Strange notes appeared, the doll moving on its own, odd dreams and malicious attacks. It all happened. A psychic medium told the woman that a child named Annabelle possessed the doll. Now paranormal investigators and Lorraine Warren didn't believe that. The theory that the Warrens put forth is that Annabelle is possessed by a demon. Demons, after all, take the form of something weaker and harmless in order to get people to trust them. So the Warrens took Annabelle with them and placed her in their occult museum. This is, of course, a very brief history of Annabelle. The whole story is pretty wild, all things considered. In fact, people believe that others have died after making fun of or challenging Annabelle on some level. So this one doll that you don't want to piss off, you know. The idea was reinforced due to Annabelle's involvement in the Conjuring franchise as a recurring antagonist. The real Annabelle doll escaped? Why on earth did the internet think that Annabelle had escaped? Apparently, someone thought it would be funny to change Annabelle's Wikipedia page to reflect this fact. Now, deep breaths and put down the salt. Annabelle is accounted for. She can be loose. While the Warren Occult Museum was shut down due to zoning regulations, Annabelle and the rest of the collection is in possession of the Warren son-in-law Tony Sparrow. So Annabelle is coming to murder you in your sleep. Just take a deep breath, okay? So she's really not going to come? The real Annabelle doll is under lock and key, perhaps living in the glass container that the Warrens kept her in for decades. Haunted dolls, there are stories of those by the dozens. Annabelle is just merely the most well-known and documented. The other is, perhaps, Robert the doll, who lives in Florida and who you can never take a picture of without asking first. Literally everything in the Toy Story franchise gets like 1,000% creepy when you think of the existence of Annabelle and Robert. Just be glad that both of them are very safe and very much under surveillance. Either way, it's a major yikes and no thanks from the scaredy cats here that may have had a panic attack or a possible Annabelle escape. No one wants to get murdered in their bed by a demon doll after all. The real Annabelle doll didn't escape. Where is she locked up? Paranormal enthusiasts and believers had quite a scare earlier today when the Wikipedia page for Annabelle, the very famous and real possessed doll, said that she was missing. The immediate, pants-sweating terror that swept through the paranormal community was compounded by the rush of people making jokes on the internet. Why? Because, of course, 2020 would be the year the real Annabelle doll was unleashed onto the world to kill us all. Maybe we should just lay back and wish for the sweet embrace of a demon-possessed Raggedy Ann doll dragging out immortal souls to hell. It wouldn't be the worst thing that's happened in 2020. Honestly. That's the thing that should probably scare you the most. What is the world we live in? Long story short is that, no, Annabelle is not on the loose. She will not try to kill you in your sleep. You can stop salting the doorways and pounding down churches for the holy water. Annabelle is with Tony Sparrow, son-in-law of Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens, as many paranormal fans know, are the famed demonologists and paranormal investigators. They had Annabelle for decades, safely locked away in their museum. Ed and Lorraine Warren had an occult museum that was open for donations.